Morena koutou, welcome along to this hearing for the Sandy Point Domain Management Plan. I'll open with a karakia. Whakatakata hau ki te uru, whakatakata hau ki te taonga, kia makina kina ki uta, kia mataratara ki tai, I hiaki ana te atakura, he teo, I huka, he honga, huie, tae ki e. I do note that we have two members of the panel who have not joined us as yet, in Councillors Stewart and Crackett. I haven't had an apology from them, but I'm going to continue on anyway. Thanks to those who've given up their time to make submissions. We appreciate the fact that you're here and that you've gone to the effort. We need to recognise that we have Councillors Boyle and Dermody on Zoom attendance. Thank you very much for making yourselves available for today. So we do have a quorum. Any declarations of interest from anyone on the hearings panel? Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd like to disclose that I've been a Facebook group member to the Oreti Sands group now for some 14 months. And I also know and are friends with the representative for the submission, Sarah Dowie. There was a text communication somewhat about 6 months ago to an issue out there. However, throughout this time for the hearing today and through the submission, I have a completely open mind.
Thank you for that. Any other declarations? If not, we'll go to the four recommendations. The first is that we receive the written report. Thank you, Cassie, for that. Sandy Point Domain Draft Reserve Management Plan Stage 2, receive the submissions and the summary of submissions through the Stage 2 process, receives the late submissions from Environment Southland and Te Ao Marama, and notes the hearing schedule that we'll be making our way through. Somebody like to move that? Leslie, Steve, thank you. Any discussion? I'll put that. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Which brings us to the first submission. Mr Esler, welcome along. Please come and take a seat. I won't insult you by running through the process because you're well versed with it.
Just check that that's
yes,
that is working. Good. Oh, nice to see everybody and those who are following this online. So I've put in a submission. It's a couple of pages, so you may have had the chance to read that. So I'm just going to work my way through and just say that I'm generally supportive of the plan. It's great that the council is taking such an interest in such an important area of South, and it's been a recreation area, I guess, since it was accessible by the bridge across Duns Road, and that really opened up the area. It has a long history, has a Maori occupation extending back some hundreds of years. There was a whaling station, and the current occupation really, the only significant one really, I guess, is the Coopers Creek village, and I'm pleased that the council has decided to extend their mandate to stay on. Disappointed in a way that it's not indefinite, because they're continuing a very useful tradition, and I know the community out there reasonably well. I've probably had 100 school field trips out there. I'm heading out again tomorrow. There's an Institute of Planners having a conference in Invercargill, and we have a day trip around looking at significant sites around Otatara and Sandy Point. I did the Daffodil Bay Loop track last night. It takes about an hour from Daffodil Bay through to Hatcher's Hill and back. It's a very pleasant walk. This evening I'm taking my little buddy on the Kilmock Bush track, which is another lovely walk. If you haven't done those ones, they're not too challenging, and they're close close at hand and a great opportunity to get a bit of exercise and a bit of fresh air. Plenty of other tracks there as well. Some of the comments I've made. I support the enhancing of the visitor experience. So at present, signage is not perhaps the best that it could be. We've got a few rough areas. Some of the roads are a little bit dodgy, particularly out towards the end. And I think if it's going to be a public road, it needs the grader or bulldozer through it every now and again. We have a vandalism and an antisocial issue, and just noticed last night at Daffodil Bay some of the signs have been defaced out there. But rather than closing some of the access roads, which was one of the suggestions, I would support enhanced security patrols and extending the use of new technology with cameras and maybe fencing off the more vulnerable areas. I'm a member of the Southern Astronomical Society. We have our meetings at the old Arete Sands golf course. Pleasing to see that site still being used for dog walking and runners and all sorts of things. Has potential as a dark sky site, possibly not of the same standard that we have on Rakiura, Central Otago, not Central Otago, Mackenzie Country, and now I think Glenorchy's been added, so I don't think it'll ever reach that stage, but it does provide some really good viewing. I support efforts to restore the biodiversity where that's realistic. Having been a member of the Otatara Landcare Group for 20 odd years, expense involved in restoration and the ongoing maintenance, and we've planted maybe 20,000 plants, so the cost of those probably works out at $10, $20 a plant. So if you're considering revegetating, say, a square kilometre, that would be 1 million plants at maybe $20 each for the cost of the plants plus the ongoing maintenance. So you've got $20 million. So there's no easy way of doing a very large scale restoration, even if you have got a large volunteer workforce. So my suggestion is just working away at it quietly. Fire is something that worries me a little bit, and I'm just not sure that the council's adequately prepared. It was quite dry last night. We used to have a system of monsoon ponds there where the helicopters could dunk their bucket and spray the water on the fire. I assume they've been abandoned because it's easier to scoop the water out of the sea. But maybe that should have been looked at, because those ponds there's still some ponds there, but they're overgrown, they're full of tadpoles and broken branches and things, and they're not waterproof. So maybe we have a plan for firefighting out there. I'm not sure what that one is. And the other comment was the lack of a bibliography in the document. Now I'm involved in lots of research and writing projects, and a list of references is always useful. So maybe in the final plan, whoever's doing that can come up with a comprehensive bibliography, and I'm willing to donate my time to fix up your botanical list. Being a botanist, I cringe when I see my name spelt wrongly. I've been working with people doing rongawa, which is Maori medicine, and there's actually quite a few species out there. So I'm still involved out there with a little bit of botany. So that's my contribution. and happy to answer any queries.
Thank you, Lloyd. Councillor Soper.
Thank you very much, Lloyd. Just one question about your suggestion on the voluntary rangers.
Yes.
How do you envisage that working as opposed to some other suggestions from people about restoring a full-time ranger?
Yeah, before I was in Invercargill, I was in Dunedin, and I was a voluntary ranger for the Dunedin City Council, and there was a whole lot of people were appointed. I think we had a brief training course on, it didn't get as far as conflict de-escalation or something, but it was just what you can do in the community. And I just think volunteer community, say a car that's out there at different hours of the night, just keeping an eye on what's happening out there, because there are lots of young people congregating out there. There are burnouts and there's a bit of vandalism, and just the presence of a patrol can be enough to deter that. So probably not much more than that.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Thanks for that. Any other questions? Just noting your comment around the some of the names with that it says that there's no historical foundation.
Yes.
You're obviously prepared to help out if we
I am
find
very,
gaps.
very happy to help out. I've been gathering lots of names, so if there's an opportunity, I'll be happy to add that.
Great.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you, Lloyd. Thanks for taking the time to
Thanks, Lloyd.
come along. Councillors, we do have a slight break before our next submitter, who's due at 9:30, so I will adjourn for the next 15 minutes. I'll reconvene the hearing. Just a quick procedural matter. We did receive an apology from Councillor Stewart, which was sitting with governance, and there was an apology from Councillor Crackett for lateness, which unfortunately was still sitting in a drafts box. So we can receive the one from Councillor Stewart, and I'll move that we receive the one from Councillor Crackett as well.
Yeah.
Seconded, Leslie. Put that all in favour.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, again, not unfamiliar with that process. Welcome back. It's been an entire week, but a different organisation you're representing this morning. Thank you very much for your submission on behalf of the Southland Mountain Bike Club. Time is yours.
Kia ora tātou, thanks very much. So my name is Marcus Roy, represent the Southland Mountain Bike Club. So effectively the club's got a 500 affiliated members who pay for the privilege of being part of the mountain bike club, but we recognise that the facilities at Sandy Point and Bluff are open and free public access, and a huge number of people use those tracks that aren't affiliated with the mountain bike club, and we suggest that it's probably about 10% or less members of the mountain bike club. So it's great to see so many people out using those, and we fully support open and free public access to those facilities, despite them being maintained and organised by the Southland Mountain Bike Club. There's approximately 15 kilometres of trails out there that the club look after, and we support the rotational nature of the plantation forestry out there. Although it gets harvested every few years, it does provide microclimate in the trees. In the winter time, when the wind's blowing and it's raining, it's actually quite a nice habitat out there to go and exercise and ride your bike and also walk. The only downside is the reinvestment needed to reinstate the trails after the harvest process, and we really appreciate the support from the parks team and City Council with helping us re-establish those trails. It's certainly a huge benefit when they've been established by community. When they disappear, that support is instrumental. We support the eco park concept around the domain, and specifically the establishment of Indigenous plantings throughout the domain, which support biodiversity enhancement and also opportunities for pockets of biodiversity to help birds pollinate seeds and step between different parts of the area. And we think that further work could be done to promote more shelter belts and amenity plantings in natives, and it's great to see that that is starting to occur in parts as you go down Sandy Point Road. Particularly on the left-hand side, there's a lot more natives going in, which would be great. They'll be there for the long haul and not removed on a regular basis. So we fully support that. And it would also be great to have promote more recreational utilisation of those Indigenous spaces too. Like once you get those trees established, having walk paths and tracks through them, much like Hedges Hill is, that restoration forestry that over time will become native totara and be quite a nice area. And it would be great at some stage to have mountain biking trails in those sorts of areas too. We think change would be beneficial to the draft management plan to talk about competitive offerings. There's a lot about recreational offerings at Sandy Point, but it doesn't actually capture the opportunity around the major domestic tourism drawcard that competitive offerings bring to Invercargill, with the likes of Tiratonga, the rowing, the mountain biking club. There's so many different aspects down there that draw people in for competitive offerings, which support the clubs and enable the reinvestment back into recreational facilities and the wider benefits of those recreational facilities and drawing people to the Sandy Point Peninsula. We suggest a slight change to establish paragraph 12 in my submission, effectively try and establish designated areas for certain activities, because the incompatible nature of like horse riding and mountain biking, or horse riding and dog walking and those sorts of things, that they can be, they're not necessarily great together. So opportunity to, where conflict arises, address that through processes in the management plan. And also we suggest some more discouragement around antisocial behaviour at Sandy Point Domain. There's a lot of ripping up of turf and plants and burnt out cars and all sorts of things that go on. So if there's more that we can do in the management plan, then we'd fully support that as well. And additionally support a mixed loop, a non-motorised loop around Sandy Point. That would be beneficial for community. And if there was a future multi-use recreational facility established, the Mountain Bike Club would certainly be interested in being involved in discussions around how that could look, and what role the South Mountain Bike Club could play in supporting that facility and utilising that facility. But certainly happy for any questions the committee's got around our submission.
Thanks, Marcus. Can I just explore the instances of trail conflict you refer to in your submission? What's of greater impact? Are people exercising dogs and exercising dogs off leash, or horses, or both?
I haven't got any specific examples of dogs or horses where that conflict has arisen, but occasionally we see dogs and mountain bikes, or on the specific trails. Generally, it's not too much of an issue. It's just when I guess people are not sociable and respectful of each other's spaces, and we all want to get out there to enjoy some peace and quiet and some space for ourselves. But it's probably more personal conflict rather than conflict between activities. I guess I'd raise the horses and the dogs just because it's something that the horse people are interested in at some point. So if there's conflict arising, the opportunity to add more regulatory avenues in the management plan, having them there and not using them is better than not having them there and then needing them down the track if an issue does arise, was my thinking around including that point.
So just further to that then, bearing in mind that I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and guess that most people who go out to Sandy Point don't read the management plan, is it something that could be additionally remedied with improved signage in the area of the trails?
Yeah, I think so. I think if there was a position where you got to where you needed to designate a specific area for exclusive use for recreation, such as a horse area, and there were no dogs, then signage would be one of those key components.
Thanks for that. Grant.
Yeah, thanks Chair, and thanks Marcus for your submission, and also for the great work that you do out there. Just a couple of questions, one around usage. So have you done any track counts on, through a week, how many people would use the mountain bike track?
Not specifically for Sandy Point. We have got some trail counters recently installed down in Bluff, which are providing some good information. But certainly, like when we hold an event there, like we hold one in the middle of winter, the winter solstice ride. It's an 8-hour event, and we get probably about 150 people show up. And we generally calculate how many kilometres they cycle, and it's about 12,000 kilometres or something like that. Like, it's a phenomenal amount with all the teams. If you add up all the laps they do over the distance of the event, it's something from here to Hong Kong in terms of the distance over the space of an 8-hour race. So certainly a big draw card.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful resource, and I think to inform us going forward, it would be useful to have that data, because I think we'd be surprised about how many people are actually using it recreationally and as part of events, so that'd be useful. Second one was, you said the benefits of an access loop. Can you explain that a bit more in terms of what you see the benefits are to that loop access?
Yeah, so I saw that as a suggestion in the management plan as a recreational loop established around Sandy Point. From our perspective, we like to broaden the opportunities where we can for cycling opportunities. So the Sandy Point forest is quite narrow, it's a little bit windy and can be off-putting for younger or new members to cycling. But whereas the river track from the Otatara Bridge south past the rowing clubs down to the mountain bike tracks is a grade 2 wide trail that is accessible for disabled and everyone can utilise that space. A similar sort of trail around the Sandy Point Peninsula of that same sort of nature would be a bigger draw card and bring more people to introduce them to different areas within the domain that are less accessible and more remote, but also be great for everybody.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Broad.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your submission, Marcus. I'm going to expose my ignorance a wee bit here, but I know it's a different sport. I went to the BMX champs over the weekend and was absolutely floored by not just the facility, but also the support for the sport. So I just wanted to touch on those competitive offerings, just for my own, I guess, research. Who around the country, in terms of cities or regions, is kind of setting the bar for those competitive opportunities around mountain biking?
So Queenstown, Rotorua, Nelson, I guess, are the big cities or the big presence. There's economic studies out there, particularly Nelson and Rotorua. Rotorua did an economic study of what mountain biking is worth to the local economy. I think it was 2023, and they indicated that it was about 130 million annually that mountain biking directly and indirectly brought into the local economy from the trail network in the redwood forest at the back of Rotorua. And Nelson's done a similar study, Queenstown's done similar studies. They are big inputs into local economies from mountain biking specifically.
Awesome, thanks.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcus, for your excellent submission. I have a question around access to the Oreti Sands golf area. You said in your submission, I'm just going to read it, is it connect the trails to the former golf facility? Doesn't that contradict the concerns you have about having mixed use with the dogs and the horses? What do you mean by, do you expect that to be able to be managed if that was extended?
Yeah, I think that could be managed through signage. If there's specific mountain biking only trails and walking only trails, then I think that conflict could easily be managed through on-site design and conversations with anyone that's interested to work through that process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Marcus, thank you very much for your submission on behalf of the Mountain Bike Club, and we appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks very much.
Dallas, welcome along.
Just need a tick to get my piece of paper
Absolutely.
organised. Well, ready to roll?
Yes, time is yours, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee. Just by way of introduction, my name's Dallas Bradley. I live in Otara.
Dallas, could you just take that microphone in front of you and just lower it down a bit? Perfect, thank you.
I live in Otara, and I chose to live there because of its proximity to Sandy Point Domain and the Oreti River and Oreti Beach. I've recreated in those areas for at least 60 years, and in a past life I worked for Environment Southland, dare I mention it, for 30 years, and during that time was employed as a surveyor, natural hazards planner and a coastal planner, amongst other things. So I've got a reasonable knowledge of the processes, natural and legal, that are involved with management of Sandy Point. I'm also a member of the Powerboat Club, and I've often liaised with Invercargill City Council Park staff in the past. That's that out of the way. I'll just move on to the staff report, and I'm pleased to note actually that the proposal for the sealed loop road action will be removed because it's not within the 10-year time frame it says there. However, when I look at the master plan, and I'll just say at this point in time, I get awfully confused, or I find it difficult to work with the master plan, the management plan, and the implementation plan, and I tend to focus on the management plan because at the end of the day, that's the only statutory document that we've got. But anyway, if we look at page 48, I think it was, of the Sandy Point master plan, where it's got sort of 10-year, 25-year, 50-year visions of what may occur in the future. I do note there that in the 10-year plan, the sealed loop road is included on that particular plan. So it's not just in the implementation plan, it's also in the master plan. So it's been excluded anyway, but the other thing is that there's a visitor hub actually, is shown on the 10-year plan. So I'm sort of thinking, well, consequentially, no sealed road, it's unlikely we want to have a visitor hub as well on the corner of Pitt Road and Duns Road. And so why keep it on the 10-year plan? I actually have got there's other concerns about the master plan, that it refers to various activities like the ones in the river, the crossing from the end of Oreti Road to Sandy Point, which is clearly out of scope, and that's been recognised. I don't know how it ever made it into the master plan in the beginning. But anyway, it's meaningless now as far as the master plan is concerned. And there's other things there in the master plan that talk about the closure of Duns Road before you get to Oreti Beach actually, which is also out of scope because it's talking about the road, not Sandy Point itself. So given that the Sandy Point master plan is misleading in some respects, I'm wondering at the end of the day, will the master plan actually be altered, or do we end up with the same old master plan? And one of the things that concerns me, and I'll talk about this a wee bit more later, is the actual legitimisation of the master plan through references to it in the actual Sandy Point management plan. I think it's kind of a weird way to go about it. If there's good bits in the master plan, stick them in the blooming management plan and get on with it. I do notice that's happened in some respects, like the all the activity areas, the eco area, the recreational area, and so forth, are sort of repeated in the management plan. Moving on, there's actually one other thing in the staff report that I would endorse is the incorporation of ecological enhancement and pest management work. It's good to see that the City Council has actually started doing some animal pest control on Sandy Point in the last couple of years or so. It really is a haven for pests, and it would be good to see those reduced in number. I've really got two main points that I want to emphasise from my submissions. One is the need for integrated management. I was pleased to see though the out of scope, quite a specific statement in the management plan about certain things being out of scope, but there's all, well, the the reference there that some of those out of scope areas aren't managed by council. Well, they may not be managed by council pursuant to the Reserves Act or Sandy Point Management Plan, but there's parts of Arete Beach that are still managed by council for various purposes. One being dogs, two being litter, three being opening up the entrance to Arete Beach, which is prone to filling up with sand, and there's also there's a vehicle management role there as well. So it's not a simple matter, and in my past life I was often embarrassed by the amount of buck passing that went on between organisations. When somebody would ring up with a problem about, say, Arete Beach, they'd ring up the City Council, and the City Council would refer them to the Regional Council, and the Regional Council would probably do the same, and the police might even do the same. And that led to the development of the Memorandum of Understanding that I think was referred to in the Master Plan, which really just set out the responsibilities of each organisation to avoid buck passing. That was the main purpose of the Memorandum of Understanding. There's a sort of implication that in the Master Plan that the Memorandum of Understanding actually guided the management of activities in that area, but really it just sets out who's responsible for what, so everybody's on the same page. But anyway, there are lots of integrated management issues in the Sandy Point area and the area surrounding it. It's integrated management across agencies. It's integrated management within agencies. Like, you'd be surprised at how often parts of the City Council probably don't fully appreciate what other parts do and what their responsibilities are. And it probably goes, you say the same for most big organisations. But things like really clear examples, things like boat ramp. I think you have had some submissions about the need for a public boat ramp. I think it would be a good idea, but it's a difficult job because you've got big time integrated management issues because the boat ramp obviously crosses the boundary between the domain and the river. And at the moment for boats, you get random sort of launchings from gravelly beaches, and some of those be quite big cheap boats, and then they get back on the trailer and they have to give it the gun to get on the trailer, and then they just open a big scour hole on the river, and for some users that can be quite annoying. But anyway, at the end of the day, we really need a good process for achieving integrated management across all the relevant agencies, and so they understand each other's perspectives and the concerns of the public. That, you know, you'll get a lot of the public won't be involved in this process, which you've kind of already admitted, Mr. Chairman, and but you know, they do get a bit grumpy sometimes, and they'll ring you up. So it's very important in the Sandy Point area anyway. My other main point is this concern about the master plan and the management plan relationship and this implementation plan. It surprised me that we have an implementation plan at this stage when we haven't even finalised the management plan actually. Is that a warning?
That's right, it's Avon calling.
Yeah, well, I just don't think at the end of the day the management plan has any. Oh, sorry, the master plan has any particular status. And I feel really uncomfortable with the way that pages 56 to 83 of the Reserve Management Plan refer to the master plan and try to legitimise this document, which in reality has no status beyond a think piece, a discussion document, or a background paper. master plan's already been through a submission process. Staff have obviously dealt with the submissions. They've informed the management plan, and I'm guessing, we don't really know how, but for the management plan seems to have taken on board some of the submissions from the master plan. One of those being the out of scope reference. But we don't really know. But at the end of the day, the master plan was something there to talk about, to inform discussion, but at the end of the day, the main document is the management plan. That's the statutory plan. The other thing I would like to say too, like the master plan here, it talks about a 50-year vision. Well, that's fine really, but in reality, it's pretty hard to plan more than 10 years ahead. And you can plan 10 years ahead and not cut off your options for the future. But, you know, if you think back in the last 50 years, the things that have changed societally, physically, recreationally, it's been massive change. And none of those changes you would have really envisaged. So a 50-year vision is a big ask, actually. 10 years is probably enough, but keep your options open. I'm sorry, this has been a wee bit of a ramble. I've been trying to fit.
That's okay, Dallas. I'm going to go to questions in just a moment, but I will provide some feedback in that you're quite right. The master plan is something that will feed down and inform the development of a really good management plan. And I'm not arguing with your point about the status of a master plan, nor your point about the duration. They do, beyond 10 years, become just a vision, so that you have a general idea of how things might progress, but time will change that, and it's the 10-year management plans that come into effect, and that an implementation plan at this stage is merely just a draft to be worked on as we get to the management plan stage. I've got time for one question, Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dallas, for your submission. You know, you obviously bring a lot of hats or previous hats to this submission, so it's great to hear from someone with that background. Just my question probably is, and you've focused in on sort of integrated management of Sandy Point. What's the best way, I suppose, to provide joined up governance between, you know, the various councils, users and the public in your view, do you think?
Well, I have thought about that actually, and I think at the end of the day you need some sort of committee, for the sake of a better word, that has members from various, well, certainly from the management organisations, preferably those, but even that's hard work, because when you're in local government and so forth, there's quite a bit of staff mobility, and you just start building up relationships and understandings, and then somebody will move on, and you're forever trying to get somebody, bring somebody else up to speed. It's not easy. It's got to be worked at quite a bit, and it's always nice to have you know, good long-term relationships. I remember having quite good relationships with Ted Bootsma in the past, and some of the rangers, and some of the management staff in the parks. And it's really, relationships are really important. But you've got to have some sort of structure that enables that. So I'm probably suggesting some sort of committee, but it's got to be active. And, you know, you can't just sort of sit around and not meet for a year or 18 months or something like that. It's got to be ongoing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Dallas. Thank you for your comments, for your criticisms and your clarifications. We appreciate the detail you've gone into in your document and the time you've given to come along this morning. Thank you.
Yeah. I just have to say in closing, I didn't actually have too many problems with the actual draft management plan, apart from the fact that it's referred to the master plan too much and tried to give it too much legitimisation.
Thank you. Sarah, welcome on up on behalf of the informal Areti Sands user group.
Hello. Oh, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, that's great. Hey, well, thank you very much for having me today. Honourable councillors, I call you honourable because I do have great respect for the roles that you have assumed and your duty to see democracy through. So, as you're aware, I'm Sarah Dowie. Thank you very much. I've outlined my background and qualifications in the submission that I understand you've got 3 times, but I refuse to be hemmed into the 3 questions that council staff asked me, so I just cut and paste my submission in each time. But look, my background's outlined there. It probably goes some way to why I'm interested in what happens with Sandy Point and the fact that I'm an avid dog lover, unlike Councillor Bond, who has a majestic cat that's very high maintenance. I prefer my fluffy, 4-legged friend that likes to run up and down sand dunes with me. Look, I've also been told by Brian Rowe, who's the leader of the Areti Sands user group for dog lovers, that there has been some changes made to the plan, elevating the status of dog walking. I haven't checked that out personally, sorry, but if that's the case, thank you very much to council staff for doing that. Shows again that democracy is alive and well in the south. Look, I'm not obviously going to go through my entire submission, given I've only got 10 minutes, but the crux of it is quite simple. In there, I believe that dog walking should be elevated as a standalone activity in the plan, notwithstanding that it's implied via your bylaws, with respect to dog walking. But I want it to be elevated on the basis of a couple of things. Firstly, dog ownership in the south and in particular Invercargill is significant, so the needs, the rights of dog owners should be taken quite seriously. Also the therapeutic benefits of dogs as companion animals, benefiting the mental health of humans, our human friends of dogs. And also dog walking as an activity simply benefits our physical health, which in turn has a positive effect on mental health in itself. And in my submission, I've outlined our organisation's kaupapa of Te Whare Tapawhā, by example explaining that interconnectedness between mental and physical and spiritual health being out in nature. But there's many, many models of care in mental health that supports that interconnectedness of elements like sleep, getting some physical exercise, having a companion animal. Also providing open spaces for dogs to walk off leash, especially larger breeds, is encouraging compliance with the Dog Control Act. Obviously, as councillors, you're all aware of the rights and responsibilities of dog owners under that Act, which in turn penultimately makes it easier for your animal control staff at the other end with council if dogs are well socialised, if they're getting exercised, if they're receiving stimuli, they're not so much of an issue back at home. And by elevating dog walking as a permissible standalone activity, actually expressly mentioned in the plan, it does mitigate user conflict. So again, I acknowledge that you have your dog bylaws and other regulations which restricts or outlines what is permissible. But as Councillor Ludlow pointed out a couple of submissions ago, people don't read a plan before they go out and use an area. So if it is advertised, if it is expressly mentioned dog walking as an activity in the plan, it does go some way to painting a picture of what is expressly permitted out there, and that in itself, that information in itself alleviates some of the user conflict that can occur. The other thing I should mention is that the cross-referencing, to actually expressly put detail into the plan itself eliminates the need for cross-referencing on your website. And just to let you know that when I did the research and work for my submission, I did get a lot of, oops, something went wrong here, or that page no longer exists. So, it's my submission that I think it should be detailed. Everything to do with what's permissible out at Sandy Point should be detailed in the plan. In conclusion, I'd just like to see that the plan is expressly amended to note dog walking as a standalone activity with clear explanations as to what is permitted and where within the reserve, and also noting that Oreti Sands is a fantastic place for dog walking. It's very social out there. I'm sure many of you have actually taken your dog, if your dog owner's out there. A wonderful place to walk your dogs, meet up with other people, socialise your dogs, and enjoy a bit of the front country out at Sandy Point Reserve. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sarah. Cat owner, former dog owner, large dog owner. Don't for a second dispute your assertions around the health and wellbeing benefits of exercising. Just want to expand a little on the point around designated areas, and your feeling is that, or would you accept that there are some areas where it would be inappropriate to have dog walking permitted, and that should be signed, as well as having an area, if there was an off-leash exercise area, that was also appropriately signed, so that there weren't people who assumed that the entire Sandy Point domain was off-leash dog exercising?
Generally speaking, when it comes to user conflict, I think that if everybody understands what the area is designated for, whether it be in its entirety or certain areas, that goes a long way to mitigating user conflict. However, in saying that, and there was a chap here before talking about mountain biking, I do think that there are safety elements that come into that consideration. So, for example, I wouldn't take my dog for a walk on the so-called designated, although it's not necessarily designated right now, mountain biking track, because I don't want to be taken out by a 20-year-old on his bicycle speeding round the bend. So, look, I think that there are considerations for certain tracks that do need to be made, and as you pointed out before, maybe signage is the way to overcome that. But generally speaking, I think that Sandy Point as a reserve is a great place for off-leash dog walking. There's a lot of tracks there that you can take your dogs to and enjoy nature, and the dogs have a lot of fun. Noting as well that, dogs shouldn't be around kids' playgrounds and things like that, for that very reason, safety.
And I guess that also becomes part of the education or responsibilities of being a dog owner,
Yeah.
understanding what they are, which sadly isn't always the case. But
Exactly, there's always a few that spoil the...
thank you. Questions, councillors? If not, clear submission. Appreciate the repetition. As a cut and paster, I thought, my God, look at this. Hang on.
You're lucky it wasn't 3 different ones.
A feeling of deja vu. Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks very much.
You take your cat out there in a harness.
Absolutely.
That's just sad. I've seen people with the backpacks.
Yeah, I'm getting
I've
one
got
of those
one.
too.
Really?
Take it down to Ropoki on helicopter. On a
Our
boat.
pet's fully trained on leash.
Okay, we're off piste. Brian, welcome along. Please have a seat. Thank you for your submission.
And cats. This is completely trained on leash.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Brian Rowe. I'm an Invercargill resident in Raepaha. I am the administrator and spokesperson for the Oreti Sands Users Group, which as of Sunday had 1,400 plus members and participants. These aren't necessarily dog walkers, but come from most groups that use Sandy Point recreationally. 259 people have asked that they be represented by myself in support of this submission. To put this in perspective, 147 submitted in the first round, 51 submitted to the second round, but 2 of those were added to our list, so effectively in this submission there are 310 submissions. We strongly recommend clause 8.1.1.2, subclauses 2 and 3 be replaced with a single clause that reads, to permit horse riding and mountain biking within the domain on current designated areas. We further would support, when the time comes to submit on the dog control policy and bylaws, support that horse riding area to be only for horse riding and walkers only. The Already Sands Users Group actively supports the use of the decommissioned golf course and its surrounds as a multi-use recreational hub, with a focus on Already Sands as a premier dog-friendly destination for dog walkers within the wider Sandy Point Domain Reserve dog off-leash area. We believe the premier dog-friendly destination status can be achieved by the restoration and development of the open and formal walking areas in and around the former golf course location. This may be also reflected in the management plan at 1.5.1 by adding the following sentence after the words Southern Regional Pest Management Plan. The area in and around the decommissioned golf course, Already Sands, shall have a site lead program targeting wilding pine, broom, gorse and lupins. In the last 10 years, dog ownership in the Invercargill area has increased from 6,000 to just less than 10,000 known dogs. That is approximately 1 dog for every 6 people. Dog walking has taken place at Sandy Point for over 50 years. Aside from motorsports, horse riding and dog walking would have to be the most continuous and popular activities to take place on Sandy Point Domain. In the last few years, the popularity of dog walking has exploded. The track count at Already Sands alone was trending upwards of over 1,000 visits per week. Already Sands is a multi-use area, both organised and informal. As a base for dog walking, orienteering, harriers events, the Southern Junior Schools Adventure Race, triathlons, backyard ultra, walking groups such as the Seniors Walking Group, search dog training, NZMCA rally, geocaching, stargazing, army exercises, informal walking, the odd picnic and a wedding photo destination. For 8 frustrating years, one of the world's fastest recreation sports, disc golf, has been trying to set up a championship course at Already Sands. This is the sort of activity that not only provides locals with recreational opportunities, but also has the potential to attract the tourism dollar. A course had been set up and a tournament played in, I believe, 2020. But sadly, now most of the course is consumed by vegetation. The Already Sands Users Group want Already Sands to be a safe, fun and welcoming place for everyone to enjoy. To have maintained open spaces that can be used for sport and recreation. We would like the tracks and trails of the golf club days to be uncovered and a few more added. Tracks and trails wide enough so that 2 people can walk side by side and have a conversation. That are of a standard where a person can easily push a stroller. We want invasive weeds such as lupins, gorse and broom to be removed and controlled. We need to have a high level of input into the design through the forestry plan and future planning of the layout of Already Sands and the surrounding area to accommodate all users. The most cost-effective way, we believe, is for a contractor to clear Already Sands of broom, gorse and lupins, then regularly mow the grass. The grass could be taken for baleage. The friends of Already Sands could do working bees to tidy the rest.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Brian, for your submission. It's really quite in-depth. I just wanted to praise you when you spoke about how many people were behind your submission and support you've given and the way that you have conducted that, the integrity to your submission. What I wanted just to get clarification on is in the last commentary that you made, that you'd like to be involved in the design plan for the forestry and the future planning. Can you just talk to me, what specifically is that? What do you foresee that looking like?
Well, it was a golf course, and obviously it was laid out as a golf course,
Yep.
but future use that could change. There are, in the previous management plan, there was a forestry zone tribute to it, forestry zone 2. Obviously there are trees in there that have been there for nearly 100 years, and they have to be taken out because they're just falling over. So where all that...
So it's advice on exactly where the problem points are,
Yes.
that you can give to.
And how people would want to see Ariti Sands looking in future times.
Oh, that's great, thank you.
So just clarifying, Brian, it's just providing feedback. You don't actually want to be involved in the design.
Planting out.
There will be people that will want to be in the design phase.
I get that, but you're an informal group,
True,
so that would be challenging.
everything's challenging.
Not saying it's not impossible, but it's about providing feedback, but having input beyond that. Nonetheless, hopefully it achieves the same outcome. Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Brian, for your submission. In terms of the what you've described as the development of the old golf course that I think you referred to, you know, tracks that are suitable for prams and people to walk side by side, that would obviously require quite a bit of investment. We have a lot of, you know, parks, I think 54 in our recent long-term plan thing on play. We've got 54 play areas, we've got Queen's Park, we've got a lot of other areas, we've got the regional council's walkway along the Waihopai. Interested in two things. How would you propose that we fund the additional investment, which I would see as quite considerable, and is there a risk, and interested in your view around, you know, we're duplicating other resources, okay, they're not in that area, but they are in other parts of our city?
When you mow the grass out there, you can walk side by side. If you don't mow it, you can't. There are enough footfall tracks there that exist. Funding, it should be self-funding through bailage. Was just mowed recently, and I think there was someone estimated 160 plus bales taken off it.
Sorry, so oh yeah, I took it you were meaning form tracks. You're not meaning that. You mean
No, you
mow tracks.
You don't need form tracks.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I misheard you then. Sorry.
You just need somewhere that's wide enough for two people to walk. Exactly the same way as you walk through Thompson Turnbull Park or Elizabeth Park or something like that across the grass.
Yeah. 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 The other thing, probably a bit of feedback I'd give around the bailage, given I work in the sector, you know, the quality of it's probably not at a high quality, so the cost of making versus what you'd sell it for is probably not too dissimilar.
Well, I spoke to the contractor that did it that mowed it in May, and he said that Ariti Sands would take probably 2 years to get back to a level where it could be usable. The balers that was taken off this year is worth nothing, apparently.
Yeah, like it'd be usable, but maybe for bedding or something like that. Certainly not for feed quality bailage in the dairy sector, for example, which is obviously achieves the highest premium.
So we're looking for someone that is there for the long haul, not just someone to go in and mow it because it's a fire risk.
Thanks for the clarification. I'd assumed that you were talking about form tracks as well, so useful,
No, they're not needed.
useful understanding. Thank you. Councillors, any further questions? Councillor Broad.
Hey, thanks very much for your submission. I just wanted to touch on disc golf and the opportunities that sit there, because I know there's plenty. and I'm not asking you to speak on behalf of the Disc Golf Association in Southland, but I know there has been successful competitions and championships on a national level at Queen's Park.
Yep.
Is the sense that you get that there is opportunity or preference to using a site out at Oreti Sands? Would that put us in a position to take disc golf to another level?
From my understanding, what disc golf want is a championship level course out there, something that would be played on maybe 6 times a year.
Okay.
It would be maybe your New Zealand Open that they have at Queenstown type thing, but at Oreti Sands.
Okay.
But for that to happen, you need to have a nice environment.
Yes.
And they certainly haven't got that at Oreti Sands at the moment.
So to clarify, Councillor, those are discussions that Disc Golf South has had with us.
Yeah.
Since 2017.
Further questions? If not, thank you for your submission on behalf of the group. We appreciate you coming along this morning.
Thank you.
Jordan. Welcome along. Good timing. Have a seat. You've got 10 minutes to present to the Hearings Committee, and that includes questions. So we've had a chance to read through your submission. It's really over to you how you want to use your time highlighting the points that you've made.
Cool. Well, yeah, kia ora koutou. It's great to be here speaking in front of you all. Take my jumper off. My name's Jordan. I'm a botanist, ecologist, and I lead the School of Environmental Management at SIT. My first comment is about what's the pedantic botanist inside of me that wants to correct a misidentification. So you identified in the draft management plan Muehlenbeckia estonia, which is like a nationally endangered species. From my surveys at Sandy Point, we don't have that species at Sandy Point. We have 2 other Muehlenbeckia, Muehlenbeckia australis and Muehlenbeckia complexa. Both aren't threatened. So so you've identified an endangered species, which I don't believe is there. So none of my surveys at Sandy Point identified that. A lot of my research out of SIT is to do with Sandy Point and the old farming area that's been regenerating for the last 30 or so years since it's been a reserve. And I used to work at a consultant, like an ecological consultancy firm. I carried out surveys at Sandy Point in 2022 as well for them. I want to stress firstly, there's a lot of great things happening at Sandy Point ecologically in regards to biodiversity management. It's really encouraging to see the health of the Totara Dune forest and the great restoration and effective management of the Silver Lagoon area, which are 2 significant Indigenous biodiversity areas that are outlined in the district plan from 2019. There's a 3rd area that's identified in that district plan as significant Indigenous biodiversity area, and that's the coastal tussock land, wetland and lagoon. And that's where my research sort of comes into it. I've been researching this ecosystem for a bit because it's quite special and quite unusual. Firstly, because in New Zealand there's very few examples of this ecosystem because there weren't any of them to start with, weren't many of them to start with. It's just an unusual ecosystem. And secondly, because a lot of the ones that remain in New Zealand are on private land. So there's very few that are actually under protection. So it's fantastic that we have regenerating coastal ephemeral wetlands in Sandy Point. So I've presented talks, internationally and nationally on this little ecosystem type. It's quite interesting if you're a plant nerd or an ecologist. So it's hard to explain it fully to you guys, but just appreciate that it's pretty cool. Yeah, if you have the right sort of eyes. But one thing I could share with you is that the sort of tussockland area, through my research, I've been able to say that it's been there for 80 years. Ever since the first plane flew over Sandy Point in the 40s, we've had tussock in that exact area where we have tussock today. So it's like an old growth grass, you could say. It's been around for a long time. And through my research there's some really encouraging signs of good functioning ecosystems and resiliences in that spot. And there's some there's some significant birds and flora that's not found elsewhere in the domain. So it's quite special. I kind of want to highlight that. Under the draft management plan, this area has sort of been talked about as like restored for flax and cabbage tree and other species. And I want to express that red tussock is the right species here. It should be a red tussock area, and it should be managed as a coastal ephemeral wetland, and it shouldn't be something else. So it's a coastal ephemeral wetland dominated by a red tussock, and it should be managed as such. But I do want to express my support for a lot of the biodiversity management aims in the draft management plan. And I think, you know, a lot of great things being suggested in this draft. And I support the majority of it. It's just that little section I want to have a say on. And I think it's a bit remiss to have excluded that 2022 study from Wildlands Consultancy. So it's the most up-to-date ecological information we have of the domain, and it would be useful to include that. But yeah, basically, Sandy Point is actually quite unusual ecologically. It's a really strange spot if you're an ecologist, and it's quite, a lot has happened in the last 100 years. A lot of it has changed. So it's quite a dynamic space, and it's quite unusual and quite hard to sort of guess what will happen. So I've done a bit of research over the last couple of years in Sandy Point through my students and myself, and I'm happy to share a bit of knowledge and answer any questions that you may have about the significance of certain ecosystems within Sandy Point, and particularly this often neglected little shrubbery area that's actually quite significant. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jordan, and we appreciate not only your submission but also your passion, because it does draw to our attention the significance of the area, and also note your observations and corrections around flora. Councillors, it's open for questions. Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for your submission, Jordan. Just wondering, with the biodiversity you've identified, you know, in an ideal world you'd leave it, you know, as it should have been or as it was, but obviously, you know, human imprint changes that. Is it possible to manage some of those unique biodiversity features at Sandy Point in within restricted areas? So if you had a really, you know, wonderful wetland or an area of red tussock, as you've described, you know, to give them protection, you know, so that you can still have the other users using it, but you have those areas that are, you know, protected, or is it just too diverse in terms of it's too spread to sort of give it protection in that way?
Well, you know, every ecosystem has the sort of line where it starts becoming a different ecosystem. So you can isolate the ecosystems and say this is a particular space. The tussock land is dictated by groundwater and sand and soil types. So you can say, okay, this area is this certain ecosystem and manage it as such. So it'd be quite easy to do. Yeah, to manage the tussock land as tussock land, quite straightforward, I think. I think it's already been delineated on the district plan from 2019. Quite broader than what I would have done, but yeah, it includes it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions, councillors? If not, again, thank you, Jordan, for your submission and for taking the time to come along and sit with us this morning.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you.
Sue. Welcome along.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, councillors, there are two submissions in here that we've received, so we can really take them as one. They both come from Sue.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sue Osborne and a regular visitor to Sandy Point, biking there from Otatara most days. Good, thanks. I've become very disillusioned with the council's recent management of the area, which has allowed the whole riverside bike and walkway and picnic areas to go to rack and ruin. The lovely shelter trees have been demolished and picnic areas destroyed, and now great mounds of wood chips, lupins, scrub and gorse in strong winds greet us. The plan to eventually plant natives is admirable, but as in most coastal areas, natives succumb to salt-laden roaring winds, and many of the newly planted ones there already have. Without robust shelter of pine or macrocarpa behind them, they seldom do well. Especially disappointing was the removal of the essential shelter around the children's playground area and ski boat club, reducing the usability of such assets due to exposure of the westerly gales and making it unpleasant to be there. Added to which, the old ski boat club surrounds have been leased to Wakaama, and the public are prevented from accessing the boating ramp, which is the only decent boating ramp down there, and the picnic table facilities, which was enjoyed by many people considering it was right next to the playground facilities. It is a prime site. That bend in the river is a prime site for boaties, water skiers and jet skiers, and has the potential to become a tourist attraction if it was managed well, but now is in a state of rack and ruin with grass to the tops of the picnic tables and people barred from entering. The ICC is missing a fabulous opportunity to develop this part of the river into a renowned boating picnic area, drawing people from near and far to enjoy what could be a potentially beautiful sheltered site with great amenities in the future, such as running water, toilets and barbecue sites, as they do in Australia. Sandy Point needs to be kept in a near park-like status, I feel, and managed to be a real asset to the city and playground for Invercargill, so it could be marketed as a tourist attraction in those particular areas and do benefit the city, because there's a lot of people are outdoor people and they don't come here to look at museums. They want, and there's little said about our outdoor surrounds in Invercargill, mostly because it's open and exposed to the wind and people don't want to go there. So we really feel that the council needs to enhance the sheltered aspect of Sandy Point, keep it sheltered and keep it attractive to people to actually visit there. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just pick up on your comments around the boat ramp in the Wakaama area? Are you aware that there were quite a few incidences of vandalism that occurred that has resulted in them sealing it off?
I was aware that there were hoons, obviously went down there and did helicopters with their cars, and obviously it needs more policing to prevent that. Otherwise, I don't think that all of the public, you know, especially people in Invercargill who can't get away on holidays, who can't go up to the lakes, this is their playground and this is where they have their holidays, and I don't think it should be blocked off to the main public. I think council could perhaps do something in conjunction with Wakaama, maybe put an arm in that you have to put money into to make the arm go up, to let boaties in, and that could earn some dollars to enhance that area, and you could do something in collaboration with Wakaama, I would hope, to enhance the area for everybody and not just for small groups.
Grant.
Yeah, hi. What's the area you're talking about? Is it
The former
south of this?
The former water ski club ramp.
I'm talking of there's a track from the main river, bridge over the river. From the bridge over the river, there's a track right down to what used to be the old ski boat club.
Okay, so just near the rowing clubs.
Yeah, just past the rowing clubs, down in the corner, it carries on down into a nice sheltered, well, was a nice sheltered corner, where lots of water skiing and jet boating and what used to go on there, but has been limited because they can't get access to the boat ramp.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Pania.
Just one wee question. You mentioned Wakaama. Are you aware of the connection that Wakaama and Māori have with that area?
Yes, absolutely. I realise that I'm not trying to exclude Wakaama or the Maori people from the area. I'm just saying I believe we could do something in conjunction with each other, that we could collaborate with each other to come to enhance the area through maybe earning money out of people being able to go to that boat ramp. If an arm was put in where people had to put money in to access the area, And it's a beautiful picnic area, and I think everyone should be able to enjoy it. And I don't like to see it just cut off and excluded for certain groups, and no one else allowed to enjoy it.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you very much for your submission and for taking the time to come along this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Welcome, Councillor Crackett. Julie. Julie Smelly is speaking on behalf of? Right. Thank you.
Good morning, council members and staff. I belong to the Photo Riding Club, and we have been communicating with council for a number of years now regarding the horse trekking area at Sandy Point that covers the area of land from the horse riding car park at the start of Christie's Track to Arete Beach, and from the horse riders car park along the main Sandy Point Road through to the estuary. We would like to reiterate, as we have with previous reviews of the Sandy Point management plans, that it is very important to us to retain the horse trekking area. It is well used by horse riders in Invercargill and Southland, as shown by the number of people that follow the Sandy Point Horse Riding Community Facebook page, currently 480 plus people. And to my knowledge, it is the only public horse riding area in Invercargill and possibly Southland. In recent meetings with Cassie Horton and Chris Bowen of ICC, we have been assured that council are more than happy for those horse riders to continue using this existing area for horse riding. We wish to emphasise that for reasons of safety, the horse riding area needs to be separate, particular from cyclists and dog walkers. Some club members have also had recent encounters with motorcycle riders basing themselves in the horse riding area car park. It is our understanding that motorcycle use is not permitted in this area. However, there is currently very little signage to show that it is a dedicated horse riding area. If there are no signs, then members of the public are often unaware or difficult to persuade that motorcycle use, cycling and dog walking there is not an option. We would therefore propose to use Photo Riding Club funds to erect 2 signs, the first in the manner of existing Invercargill City Council signs for other clubs. That is a green timber sign with white cut-out letters saying horse trekking parking, and at the Christie's Track end of the car park, either at the corner behind the existing Christie's Track sign or beside the Christie's Track sign entrance to the car park. This is the first and most important sign and the first priority for new riders to find the parking area and to identify it for members of the public as the start of a horse riding area. The second sign would be the same as that erected for cycling tracks, showing the trails available to horse riders. In our most recent meeting on Tuesday the 11th of March, the club unanimously voted to use club funds for this purpose. We have submitted a written proposal to the council via Cassie Horton for the first sign and hope that, as we are simply asking to have signage equal to that approved to other clubs, that approval will not be an issue. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to council about the horse riding area and to remind all members that this is a well-used, loved and essential part of the Invercargill and Southland horse riding community. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you for the specific feedback for ensuring the interests of the Photo Riding Club. We appreciate that. Councillors, it's open for questions, if there are any. Councillor Bond.
Thank you for your submission and speaking on behalf. I'm just wondering, the relationship between safety, obviously that's the most critical thing here, so horses, dogs, bikers, people. What you're concerned about and why you want to keep the horses away from them is that the horses could bolt.
Yes, if you're not a horse rider, you probably don't understand.
Yeah, I just wanted to undig that more because I'm a previous horse rider.
Yes,
So
and we have found on occasions that people know they're not on that track and they'll hide, but the horse knows they'll be in, and all
So
of a
it's
sudden the
folks.
horse is up and its toes, and you know, it's all excitable and chaos can happen.
So it's really it's a safety of not only the human but the horse as well. And if it's an animal like a dog that runs out, horse bolts, runs in front of the car. So it's to mitigate issues of safety.
Yes.
So that's why you're requesting that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And a motorbike or a cyclist just pops around the corner, and it's not just a mechanical thing.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Thanks for raising it, because, I mean, those are legitimate health and safety concerns for all parties.
Yes, and it would be nice to have those signs up now, because we're finding more and more other people parking rather than horse floats in that area, and then of course they go walking their dog or their bike or whatever down those tracks, so it would be nice to have that horse parking only kind of sign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions? Sorry, Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just with the, and I think you referred to, is the restricted areas in terms of the trails? You've talked about the restricted areas for parking, but the trails aren't restricted for just horse riding, are they, at the present time?
No, not at this stage. We have talked about it would be good if we could have a map, or arrange a map and post maybe little arrows with colours, colour-coded arrows for different tracks or something like that. If that would be possible in the future, maybe we could look at things like that. But no, there's not really designated tracks, but we kind of know, we call them amongst ourselves, Christie's track or this track or that track. Yes.
Yeah. So just a secondary question, if I may. I suppose from my naive perspective, having designated restricted areas for horse use over time would lead to probably deterioration, whereas perhaps a floating restricted area, so you have a number of pieces of the point that might be accessible to you, say, different months, or it could be, I don't know how you do it, but what's the best way to, if it was for restricted areas, to have a restricted area? Is it to have, a restricted area that's specific trails, or is it more a floating restricted area, or have you got any other thoughts around that?
Well, where the floats go to, it's just a parking area. It's just a big...
No, what I mean by floating areas is, say, this part of the point might be available at this time, and then another time, you might have other parts of that might be available. So, it's not in a specific area, it's more sort of in a wide area that's designated on particular times.
I'm not sure I understand that. I think it would be too complicated, because horse riders come from far and wide, and if you restrict certain times or certain days, it could be difficult. And it, I don't know. I think myself, I've known quite a few people that have actually shifted to Invercargill for this kind of, because they see our great riding in the area, and these have been people that have been really helpful in the district, joining in things and helping with things, and it attracts this kind of asset to our city, attracts people like that.
So does it not? So it's a area to ride, as opposed to the variety of where you can ride, is the most important thing.
No, it's a wonderful variety. Yeah. It's well. It's
you want everything.
It's an area to ride. Yes, it is an area to ride, and a lot of people haven't got that. Yes, space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Ria.
Thank you. Well, just as a supplement to your Councillor Dermody's question, so the amount of horse riding through areas, I think what he is reflecting to is the area becoming muddy, or the weight of the horses and improving on improvements on the ground. So I think with your group and the riding areas that you'd like to ride around for the variety, would there be certain times of the year where you could shift that track so that it can regenerate again, like seasonal, like changing paddocks for farming, things like
yes,
that?
I know where you're coming
Yeah.
from now, sorry. Honestly, there's nothing that the horses do that the sand is, the ground is sandy, they don't do any damage in that area, in the areas we ride.
Yeah.
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 And
No,
then
that's
we're
cool.
often, it pops out to the beach, or there's just various tracks through the trees, you know, there's.
So there's no big damage
that
area.
we do.
Yeah, no, that's
There's
cool.
one sticky pot where we have to cross through a creek, but I think maybe the motorbikes might use that too.
Okay,
It's just,
so it's multi-use.
that's nothing.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, Julie, thank you very much for the submission on behalf of the Riding Club, and thanks for giving up your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, that brings us to a break, so I'll call an adjournment, and we will be reconvening around about 12:10, and we can have a break over in the Civic Admin Building. Good afternoon and welcome back to the hearing on the Sandy Point Management Plan. Welcome back to those joining us on the live stream. Next submitter is Christine Smith. Christine, if you'd like to, thank you for being here through the first part this morning as well. Take a seat. We've had a chance to have a look through your submission, but really the next 10 minutes are over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, councillors, for the work you do for the city and for the citizens. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to this hearing today. I'll begin with the Reserves Act of 1977. Section 17, Recreation Reserves. Recreation reserves are for the purpose of providing areas for recreation and sporting activities and the physical welfare and enjoyment of the public, and for the protection of the natural environment and the beauty of the countryside, with emphasis on the retention of open spaces and on outdoor recreational activities, including recreational tracks in the countryside. So, recreation reserves are primarily for recreation and the health and well-being of the people. How clear is that? Not so clear is the response to one submitter and the draft management plan. On page 203 in the collation table of submissions, the council officer response to submitter 42 says, Sandy Point Domain is managed as an environmental area. Really? Sandy Point Domain is managed as an environmental area. Is this part of the clouded thinking that drives the proposal on page 64 to close off, restrict access to half of the reserve from dusk to dawn every day of the week? This is my copy of the draft management plan. As I said in my submission, I have highlighted 53 of the 83 new pages for the following reasons. All of the coloured maps in the domain plan are undersized and make proper evaluation difficult. All of the coloured maps. The language and meaning in many places in this draft plan is unclear, contradictory, inaccurate, questionable, non-transparent, and lacking rationale for many of Parks and Reserve staff proposals. We're left wondering, is there a hidden agenda here? For example, on page 63, under policies, number 6, Council's intention is to prioritise non-motorised recreation, which may reduce or exclude vehicle use on some of the internal roads. Firstly, no rationale for this intention is given, and it is completely contradictory to the objective on the top of the same page, 8.2.111A, which says, to enhance and encourage public access into and through all public areas of the domain. Secondly, as per the top of page 60, where the policies in this reserve management plan refer to the term council, this means the Parks and Reserves Manager and or the Parks and Reserves Division. Why not just say Parks and Reserves? Or is it the intention to add an authoritative element to the wording for the public to be intimidated by? Be good stewards of our asset. Some quick important points here. I do not support open areas of the reserve being fully planted in native plants. For example, the jet ski and small boat launching area opposite the entrance to the old golf course. There are much fewer numbers enjoying that space and getting onto the river like they used to because there isn't space to park up as there was. I do not support low mow. The domain used to look fabulously well cared for, with large mown verges, roadsides and picnic areas, that were much appreciated and used. Now it looks wild and untidy and uncared for, so there is more vandalism, the majority of which happens in the upper areas of the reserve. And there is also a higher risk of fire with the long grass for cars going over the top. I do not support the biased tone on page 12 and elsewhere in the plan regarding the loss of native trees. The reality is that all of Otatara and much of the city space were once covered in native bush. I support the reinstatement of a full-time ranger to oversee and work within the reserve. He must have additional police assistance and security input, including modern technology. I support pine plantation production and development, with the monies going back into the development of this reserve only. Plantations give soil protection and shelter, and as said this morning, would provide cover for any natives. They also add variety to the passive recreation on tracks, etc. in the lower half of the reserve. Recreation in this half was not acknowledged in the master plan or on page 38 of this management plan. I support the removal of the barrier to Daffodil Bay picnic area and mow the grass. This will increase the number of people enjoying the reserve and in time will dissuade others to commit vandalism. I support education displays and opportunities for the extensive Māori and European occupation and the history of Sandy Point to be shared with school children and the public. I suggest that a way be found to address and accept submitters' concerns. As I said in my written submission, in its present form, this draft management plan for the Sandy Point Domain Reserve is unsatisfactory and discreditable. Let that not follow councils for the next 10 years. Please get it right. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Christine. Councillors, it's open for questions. There are none, which means that your submission, both oral submission and the written one that you've provided for us, have been very clear.
Thank you very much.
And we appreciate your comments, criticisms and clarification in there.
Thank you.
Kath and Brian?
Here we are again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission today. I'll just get stuck straight in. We submit the following in response to the draft Sandy Point Reserve Management Plan to be considered in full by elected members of the Invercargill City Council. The only reference to Cooper's Creek is the proposal by Council to offer a total of 35-year leases and licence to occupy. There is a dearth of detail surrounding that proposal, so we are unable to comment on that particular proposal. We note the draft no longer refers to the policy of council acquisition of cribs at Cooper's Creek. The proposal to delete this policy leaves residents in a very vulnerable position. No consultation has taken place regarding the removal of the acquisition policy. We do not support the removal from the draft of council acquisition of cribs at Cooper's Creek. It is our opinion, based on lived experiences over the past 4 years, that Parks and Reserve staff operate from an ideological base that is primarily focused on conservation, regardless of the existing rights of the people of the wider Invercargill area when it comes to the Sandy Point domain. Elected members must be very diligent in their digestion of reports and recommendations that come from the Parks Department,
so that decisions made about the area are fair and based on the needs and rights of people as well as conservation of the area. They must strive to seek evidence-based facts, not computer-generated forecasts or hyperbole regarding Sandy Point and the suggested impacts of climate change and flooding. The word inundation is mentioned as the basis for forming a new road. We submit that the village of Coopers Creek can continue to exist in perpetuity under provision in the Reserves Act 1977, section 44(1)(e). This is absolutely possible under the 10-year management plan as we understand it, and all that is required is for council to amend the 10-year management plan to permit the existence of the village. That may seem radical to some, however, it will eliminate any need for revocation or freehold, not to mention the years-long battles between council and villagers that wear everyone down. This would seem to us to be a win-win outcome. It has been erroneously reported as fact that cribs at Coopers Creek were to be used as holiday or weekend homes only. It has also been erroneously reported in previous management plans that the cribs are non-conforming. A signed and dated Invercargill City Council document states, and I quote, "The tenant will use the land for holiday or residential purposes only and not for industrial purposes." And if you refer to Appendix 1, you'll see that that the title of that document is Conditions Pertaining to the Letting of Sites at the following localities: Arete Sands Township, Sandy Point Domain, Pilot Station, Reserve and Amaui. Minutes from a meeting in 1991 between several elected councillors and villagers state the crib owners had a legal right to be there and some word other than non-conforming would be found for the management plan to describe their status. And there's a copy of that document, Appendix 2. We are concerned about the upkeep of Sandy Point green areas, including verges, open grass spaces and tracks. The low-mow approach by Parks and Reserves has turned many areas into scruffy and unkempt places, not conducive to leisure and recreation. At times, overgrown bracken and creeper on stairs and tracks creates a real risk of injury. And just as an aside, recently out there I noticed that there had been quite a bit of work done around the tracks at Hatches Hill, so that's great to see. A further concern is that during summer months, large areas of unmowed, long, dry grasses escalate significantly the risk of fires to the domain. And just as another aside, we couldn't find anything in the draft management plan regarding contingency around fire, given the amount of forestry that's out there, and on further discussion we felt that was quite a concern as well. Plans to restrict road access past the end of the Tar Seal Road, and I'm quoting from the draft, from dawn till dusk, is of great concern to us. Firstly, it creates real safety issues for anyone accessing gravel roads at night. It is widely acknowledged the area is used by people intent on damaging both the roads and green areas by way of unsafe use of vehicles, speed included. Often the same people display antisocial and intimidating behaviours to others of the area, other users of the area. At the same time, Parks and Reserves state that the full-time position of a ranger is not an option due to quote-unquote safety issues. In our opinion, this seems a contradictory and incongruent proposal. Ambulance, fire engines and police would all be delayed by locked gates. Recreational fishermen, swimmers, boaties, kayakers, track users, flounderers, kaimoana gatherers and more would all be impacted. We do not support road restriction and view the proposal as another example of the rights of people to choose for themselves being diminished. We do not support the proposal of creating a new loop road by building another road in the vicinity of Pitt Road. Not only is the site closer to the sea in a swampy area and a huge cost to the ratepayer, but on what basis is this being proposed? Throughout the Sandy Point Management Plan, numerous mentions are made regarding the history, heritage and culture of the domain, and rightly so. We note that the village of Coopers Creek has largely been left out of these categories, and we can't help but ask why. Sandy Point Domain exists for all who wish to avail themselves of the nature and leisure activities. It does not exist for a small group of idealists with their vision and agenda who happen to have roles that are powerful, if not kept in check by elected members for the benefit of all. So thank you for the opportunity to be able to say that here today.
Thanks for your submission. I should point out that all councillors have had the opportunity to join this hearings panel, and ultimately its recommendation goes back to full council for either approval or rejection. So full council is involved in the process in that way. Councillor Soper.
Thank you. The position of the full-time ranger, which you've referred to, would you support reinstituting that? An earlier submitter suggested there might be some possibilities of volunteer rangers. Have you got an opinion on either of those?
Most definitely, we would support the reinstating of a full-time ranger. We've lived out there for almost 20 years, and for the majority of those years, there was a full-time on-site ranger accommodated out at Sandy Point. He was great. We'd run into him doing his work. We could let him know of trees that had fallen down. We came across a tyre fire out there once. He was a very helpful person.
And do you see any role for volunteer rangers?
Volunteer rangers?
It was a suggestion from another submitter.
I guess I'd kind of need to study that proposal up.
It would depend on just what sort of errors that person is going to be prepared to put in, or people. Are you looking at several people taking on that task?
The person who suggested it didn't have a lot of details. I'm just interested in as to whether you would see it workable. Is it something that would be useful in evenings, at weekends?
I can see some benefits, but it'll come down to the time frame that person's got to be able to put into it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? If not, thank you for your submission and taking the time to join us today.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood. Welcome along, sir.
Mr. Chairman, councillors and others, thank you for the opportunity to speak. You will see from my written submission that I have had a lease with the council in Pacific Avenue at Areti Beach for nearly 40 years. I might point out that that is a lease, and it isn't a licensed occupier, yet it is a yearly lease. I have observed the discussions between the council and the Sandy Point Coopers Creek residents over a period of time. Most of that I've seen in the media. I haven't been a part of those discussions, and I haven't been a part of the consultation process. Worried that I might not be included in the changes that are likely to occur with the management plan and the lease arrangements that are occurring, I have provided these two submissions. I support my friends at Coopers Creek in their endeavour to secure better tenure, and I support their endeavour to give more certainty with respect to their lease rental fee. I have observed in the Reserves Act that rental accommodation or temporary or permanent accommodation in reserved land is an unauthorised activity. And from my observations, and it was interesting for me to listen to the previous submitter to bring up section 44(1)(e), and that there is an exception that's provided that the council designate locations, and if those locations are included within the management plan, then the temporary or permanent accommodation of residential lease arrangements is a permitted activity. I believe that's something to consider. I believe my lease commenced in 1986. Now, the status of Sandy Point domain, which was a domain at that time, as I understand, didn't change to 1992. So I've had a current lease since 1986. My lease is still current. It's nearly 40 years old. It seems to me to be unfair to burden me with the obstacles of the Reserves Act at a time now that my lease is still current. Bearing that in mind, and the unique situation that I have at Pacific Avenue and the longevity of my lease, I believe going forward there is a basis for, yes, a 21-year lease, a 7-year rights of renewal, but I believe for perpetuity, or if not for perpetuity, for freehold. I don't believe that this is at odds with the management plan. If I go back in history and look at the intention of what was to happen at Ariti Beach, there was to be a settlement established. Now, ironically, that initiative came from a previous mayor. That mayor was called Abraham Wachner. Now, Abraham Wachner was our mayor from 1942 to 1950. He built a holiday home in June's Crescent, Ariti Beach. And it was his initiative to set up a beach resort. I think a good initiative and very forward thinking. Now, we already have residential property at Oakey Street. I don't know if you know where Oakey Street is. If you know where Pacific Avenue is, then to the right is Oakey Street. If you continue down to the end of Oakey Street, there is a lot of housing. It's good housing. It's getting better. Now, that borders on reserve land. I think the example has already been set. People are starting to understand the potential and the benefits of that area. Now, I would be interested to know what a developer would think of that land at Ariti Beach if it was given freehold title. That's something to think about. You look at other parts of the country, and where there's the facilities that we've got and the type of beach that we've got at Ariti, they would be queuing up to build high-end housing. Our climate's not as great, but this summer it's been pretty good. And if you've been out to the beach, it's been very, very busy. And it's been as good as any beach in New Zealand. Why are we not developing what we have at Ariti Beach? Why are not we freeing up that land, which is reserve land, and giving a developer the opportunity to do something with it? And as you know, someone comes along and they build a nice house. What happens then? Someone builds a nice house beside them. All of a sudden you've got a nice development, and it snowballs and it goes on. Why couldn't you build a cafe out there and have a restaurant? All those ideas were canvassed. But I think the handbrake is the fact that that land is not potentially available for a developer or somebody to do something with it. That's something I'm thinking about. I think that's something that you guys should think about. I think that's something that you guys should take to your council, your full council, and give some consideration to. Now, I think it would be terrific if we improved what we have at the entrance of Ariti Beach. And I think Abe Wachton would be smiling if we could enhance the gateway to what is a very iconic beach. I was going to say some more, but I don't think I will. Thank you for listening. Does
Thank you.
anybody have any questions?
Councillors, over to you for questions.
My hearing's not very good, so you'll need to speak up.
Justin, a quick piece of feedback from an RMA perspective about your question over development.
Yes.
Given some of the challenges being faced around New Zealand at the moment, one of the questions would be asked around coastal erosion. And there'd need to be some satisfaction around that. It's just an issue that's being dealt with right around the country.
I take your point, but then I also look at the fact that we've already got those houses down Oakey Street. And their consideration to coastal erosion would have to be the same. I don't know whether they would have the same concerns.
I'm just highlighting an issue that's being dealt with elsewhere around the country with coastal development.
Gotcha.
Further questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Wood, for taking the time to make your submission. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Kerry and Bob, welcome back. Thanks for adjusting your flights.
Our futures is extremely important to us. First of all, I'd just like to endorse all of the things that the previous submitters have said. We will assume that you've read all of our 3 submissions, and we will summarise the main points. Our first point is, if it is not broken, why fix it? The Sandy Point domain is, or was, a jewel in the crown for Invercargill. The large open areas are there for everyone to enjoy, whether it be for recreation or sports. It is an asset to the city. The master plan was not a requirement, so the ratepayers have paid for something that was not necessary. To add to that, the consultants used were not local, so if you're going to engage consultants, why aren't we supporting locals who have all the expertise and knowledge of the area and have a sound understanding of what Southlanders want and need? It appears as if the intention of the management plan is to close off areas for no good reason apart from saving on mowing, which is not an excessive cost. Note the low mow was cancelled in the city as the saving only amounted to approximately $64,000. We do not support restricted road access on any part of the domain. Restricted access to the picnic areas has already resulted in closure to the public, and it will only be a matter of time before that happens with the roads. We support keeping the already designated forestry areas at the southeast end of the domain, provided they are profitable. In regards to Cooper's Creek, tenure options have been discussed at length by the elected members, but none of the options that the residents desire have been considered. They've been largely ignored. The only options that have been considered are the ones that have been recommended by staff. At what point will our own elected members take into consideration what the residents want? We want the village to remain in perpetuity, and according to your own legal advice dated 28th February 2024, it states, Section 44(1)(e) provides a further exception for areas defined on management plans prepared under Section 41 and for the time being enforced. This exception would mean that if the Sandy Point Management Plan was amended to allow for the Coopers Creek cribs, then that would be permissible under Section 44. The Council have previously acknowledged that we do more good than harm, and for that reason alone, our existence should be permitted, as we all saw the negative results of removing the local ranger. This option has not been presented to elected members, and we cannot understand why, when staff have known about it since February 2024. Why have they chosen to ignore their own legal advice? If this advice is going to be ignored, then we would like the application to revoke the reserve status prepared by Bonish included in the management plan. We also request the clause relating to acquisition of our properties is included in this management plan, as it has been in all of the previous management plans. Thank you. Any questions?
Everything comes before councillors. That's
Sorry?
all. Everything comes before councillors.
Mrs. Soper mentioned before about the honorary rangers. We act as honorary rangers at the moment. We are looking out for anything that's wrong in the areas, and we report it to parks and reserves where necessary, and all the police. So we...
Or rescue people ourselves.
We are a big part of the ranger honorary.
Councillor Soper's question was just in response to a suggestion that had come from Lloyd Esler earlier this morning.
Yeah, that's fine.
Honorary rangers is actually a title bestowed upon, so you'd need to go through. But I'm not denying the fact that.
Late Vaughan Smith come round and we all signed a
Thank you,
document.
Bob. I hadn't finished. It's a title bestowed, but I do absolutely acknowledge the advantage that the city gets from having people there to maintain a vigil, okay? I don't think anybody could reasonably deny that. Questions, councillors? Ria.
Thank you very much for your submission. I'm just picking up on the ranger support yourself and submitters before you talked on. Since you've disclosed that yourselves have been out there looking after the area, and there's been mention of vandalism, drive-bys and all the rest of the issues that have been brought up this morning and through submissions, what have you found to be the most concerning in terms of vandalism or people acting out with non-social behaviours that are acceptable?
The biggest thing I've seen is people lighting fires, especially at Whalers Bay. They go around there and it's a nice bay and they sit there and they light tyres up and I've been over there several times, and as soon as you get in the car and go around there, they move on.
Right.
So, yeah.
So you haven't had to...
They just get scared off because someone's watching what they do. And you pull up and just sit there in the car and they get a bit nervy and they bugger off.
So that's been enough to scare them off, but you haven't been subjected to one-on-one threats?
Not one-on-one threats. I've stopped and helped people in distress where
Yeah.
cars are broken down or people have been walking and got caught at night, especially in winter, and they're walking around the road and they're lost and afraid. And a young lady, Kerry, picked up one night. She was...
She hid in the bushes until a female driver came along.
Yeah. And then I took her back to her car. And there's lots of things that we do that council don't see.
I've also been involved in a police case because a car was stolen and I identified the person driving.
Okay. Thank you for doing that.
It's the least we can do. We want to do more. If we might go down that honorary ranger thing and see if we can apply and become honorary rangers.
Yeah, we need to set up that facility because I think we need to make sure that if it's endorsed under the council, there'd be some health and safety obligations. But you know, as a result of Mr. Estler's submission, it opens a pathway for us to start having a look at it.
Yeah, definitely.
Councillors, any further questions? If not, again, thank you for your considered submission and for coming along to the hearing. Appreciate it.
Thank
you.
Mr. Smith, hope you found a park. Thank you for your patience.
Might just be a short one from me actually, because it looks like most people have covered what I was going to talk about. There's no need to repeat. So I am going to adapt what I was going to talk about on the fly, so just might have to bear with me as I gather my thoughts. First thing I want to do actually is just thank the councillors in the room who were involved in all the decision making around Coopers Creek in the first place. Thank you for those efforts because they were long and drawn out and finally ultimately resulted in what I think is probably quite a good outcome. So thank you for the effort and commend you for the decision making. That's the first part. Just speaking to my submission, which I assume you'll have all read, sorry for the verboseness of it. Some of the response to from the office staff regarding my Coopers Creek comments about the paragraphs I've written in the draft plan being my comment was that they were a bit unfair and harsh towards the nature of the village, and the response has been, well, we're going to keep them. I would point out that in your very hard to find document, oddly enough, your General Policies Reserve Management Plan 2023, which you all passed a year ago, the language speaks thus. This part of the General Policies Reserve Management Plan deals with occupation agreements for reserves. Occupation agreements are a common form of authorisation granted by council to a person or organisation that is occupying a reserve or part of a reserve on a relatively long-term basis. That's quite friendly language, I would think, and I'm a little bit confused as to why such friendly language would not also be included in the Sandy Point draft management plan. Where else should I go? Oh, talking about the road. The response to a lot of submitters about requesting that there is no restriction or closure of the road, the response has been, well, we aren't going to close the roads. So one, I would like that actually formalised in the management plan because there is clear language in there that does suggest closing the road. The word close is used. So take it out if you're not going to do it. The other part is to say that restrictions are also closures, as I see them. And the simple way to paint that is to imagine yourselves going on a picnic and packing your family into the car or whatever your scenario might be, and you drive down the road and you turn the corner and you discover there's a gate in the way that is locked. What you don't think to yourself is, oh, it's restricted. You think it's closed, right? So a restriction is a closure. It doesn't help that there's a list of approved people because if you're not on that list, then it's closed to you. So restriction is a closure. And so when I personally speak about closures, restrictions fall into that category. And given the nature of all the previous submissions, I think that might be about it. Actually, no, I'll talk about that as well. So there's a few things that aren't very well defined. They're quite broad. So things like the non-motorised vehicle access through the domain. If you mean cars or all motorised vehicles, then fine, but I think you should probably define that. If what you meant was all-terrain vehicles to be restricted, and all-terrain vehicles being restricted so they don't go off-road, then I think define that so it's narrow. So there's things like that that should be cleared up. There's also quite a few contradictions in the plan. So forestry, for example, is a good one, where part of the plan speaks to forestry being a terrible thing and it should never have happened and we need to remedy that situation. And then in other parts of the domain of the plan, beg your pardon, it says that forestry is a fantastic thing, and actually the forestry helped stabilise the soil and the movement of sand, etc. back in the day. So you do have to wonder which one is the actual held belief. And then, of course, if you look at the policy, then you can see what the held belief is, because the policy shows we want to actually reduce the commercial forestry and increase the native thing. So it's a lovely idea, but I don't think it would actually work. But the contradiction is the challenging part for me. And if you read through, I think you'll find quite a few contradictions. That, I think, might do for now.
Thanks, Jeff. It's open for questions. Just in around the definition of all-terrain vehicles, bearing in mind that we're all aware that there are vehicles that have been out there causing damage.
Indeed.
I'm not sure all of them are all-terrain vehicles. I think some of them may have been driven by people who thought they had an all-terrain vehicle.
Yeah, that is a thing as well, including council staff who I dug out of the history a year or so ago. So yes, it does happen. But no, so what I mean with that is your motorbikes, your three-wheelers and your quads. And they are present on that southern end of the domain, and they are causing a problem, particularly around the horse trails. And yes, obviously, if you want to restrict those, I'm in full support of that. But if you want to restrict motorised vehicle access throughout that southern end, then I am absolutely not, of course.
Yeah, thank you. We had a submission earlier this morning that also made that same point around the horse trails. So thanks for reinforcing that.
I will point out, of course, because there were a lot of submissions from horse riders. They aren't blameless in the problem that is facing them, of course. So as a resident of Coopers Creek, I'm out there walking every day. I see the various trails. Not all of those trails were initially planned for horses or designed for horses, but over the years they have now become universally adopted by horse riders. They go everywhere. And there are indeed horse trails out there that are signposted as not for, they aren't horse trails because they are signposted as not for horses. And yet, of course, you do come across horse riders or evidence of horse riders being on them. So there is a need to separate those activities out and be very careful about how you do that. Burrawood Forest in Christchurch is a good example of how to do that, where you have very clear motorbike, walking and whatever type cycleways. So you can do that. The whole southern area cannot belong to horse riders, though.
It's a really valid point. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Further questions, councillors? Councillor Soper, then Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Jeff. You're very much an advocate for the return of an on-site ranger.
Yes.
So would that imply that the idea that was presented of some voluntary rangers is not something you'd see as a substitute?
No, for two reasons. The first is voluntary rangers themselves. Actually, if you go back to that, rangers have not a lot of power. Right? They're not police, so they can't do a lot of things. And voluntary rangers even less so. So I've looked into the voluntary ranger thing, and the actual criteria for what they can do and can't, and etc., isn't as high as a ranger. The other thing about my position on why to bring back a ranger is actually the quality of the domain. When there was an on-site ranger, there was someone there doing a work day at least, the 5 days a week when there's someone actually there. And so what that meant was there was a huge amount of beautification work that gets done. And at the moment, the response to my submission, I think, around returning a ranger was rangers currently visit twice a day. Well, a visit is not the same as having someone there who's clearing fallen trees or mowing the verges or correcting signposts and all that sort of stuff that really does need to happen. It is a massive area, let's bear in mind. There's 3,000 hectares of reserve land in Invercargill. 2,200 of those are in Sandy Point. So if I were to extend my comments that I made in my written submission, I would go so far as to say, I think you actually need to create a position that sits horizontal to the parks manager, and that person's whole purview is to manage Sandy Point Domain, and that person is going to, unfortunately, have to battle for resources for Sandy Point and to have resources kept in Sandy Point. So when you're talking about what's the mowing schedule, for example, those two managers are going to have to work out how to share those resources so that Sandy Point is properly cared for and beautified.
Thank you.
Tom?
Jeff, a very, very detailed submission, as I would expect from you, so
yeah,
good for that. And you talk about pest control, and I notice in your summary of key points, you talk about pest control as finally happening, but it needs to be ramped up to achieve eradication.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's actually a realistic objective, to completely eradicate pests from a place that's not an island?
Yeah, so what's it called? Zealandia in Wellington is a perfect example of investment that really achieved that outcome. Obviously, there's more money for Wellington to go into pest-proof fences, etc. But what you do have, thankfully, is if you look at the nature of the peninsula, it narrows to a point where at the end of the sealed road to the gravel road, so Christie's Road, if you think about that down to the beach, that area is a place where you could erect a shortened pest control fence and have your vegetation low so that you can't jump between trees, etc.
Okay.
You could
So
do that once you've achieved it.
So, I might have misunderstood. So you don't mean eradication of the whole peninsula, you mean eradication potentially in a much smaller area that could be...
Well, we're talking about, first off, I guess what the council was calling a environmental zone, despite the fact it's a recreation reserve. But in that environmental zone, if efforts are going to be placed there around restoration of flora and fauna, then one of those things should also be the eradication of pests. And so it seems sensible to me, because it's right on your point essentially, which is that it is not an island, and so it's hard to do. But if you look at that brief little piece, you could do it on the peninsula. You keep pardon for my peas.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, councillors. Any further questions? If not, thank you very much for taking the time to come in and submit to us this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Councillors, just a reminder of process. We're going to go through the deliberations portion coming up on Tuesday, April 1 at 11 o'clock. So I will be adjourning the hearing until that point. Thank you. Thank you for those who have attended on the live stream.